All right, we're underway. Welcome back to Bowl TV. And looks like all of our other live events have gone off the air. The sectionals competitions from earlier today all wrapped up. Pan Am trials wrapped up. And here we are back in New Jersey for the women's 6-game intercollegiate singles championship sectionals finals. These women will bowl 6 games here this afternoon and evening. And 6 spots are available in the national finals, which will take place in Dayton, Ohio, starting on April 17th. Scores will be available on bowl.com. There's a link on our page here on the Bowl TV window. We'll take you straight to the tournament information, or you can just go to bowltv.com/sectionals. This is Jason Thomas. Welcome everybody to our second set of 6 games here this afternoon. The men bowled this morning, and 5 players from here are going to nationals. Sean Taylor from Davenport led all bowlers with a score of plus 217, including a 2-game stretch where he went 286, 299. So congratulations to Sean. George Rodriguez Rosas, or Jorge in some parts of the world, finished second with a nice plus 107 total. Vincent Garrett from Penn State University Park finished in third at plus 106. Tom Hankey from Weber International finished in fourth at plus 102. And Kurt Shaw from SUNY Stony Brook, plus 99. And those are your 5. 24 altogether from around the 4 different sectionals will be going to nationals. Again, those results all available on bowl.com/sectionals. You can see the results for each of the 4. And now we're going to do it all again for the women. Give you a rundown of the players on our featured pairs. Just going to verify first. And starting on lane 29, we have Haley Carroll from St. Francis, Pennsylvania. Also on lane 29, Jocelyn Hood from Wilmington. And rounding out that group, we've got Danielle August from Maryland Eastern Shore. And then over on lane 30, Christy Warmingham from Malloy College. Michelle Bello from Mount Aloysius College. And Laura Hartley from Kutztown. And then over on 31 and 32, we've got Patricia Kelly from Long Island Post. Kiara Stevens from Lourdes University. Kiana Macaris from Maryland Eastern Shore. Megan Ritzinger from Notre Dame, Ohio. Taylor Smith from St. Francis, Brooklyn. Lauren Snipes from Weber International. And Yanira Garza from Huntington University.
If I'm not getting it, I'll
So that's the talented group of players we have in front of us here in game number 1. Total of 161 bowlers bowling across 52 lanes.
What I do is like I start here and I work my way back, and I end normally at the arrows. That's not like my main focus. You know what I mean?
And again, the
Does that make sense?
players don't know what the pattern is. They are not posting these patterns until after the conclusion of the event. So again, we saw a lot of different equipment going down the lanes in practice, players trying to play all over the lane. The men seem to have some success early on from the outside part of the lane with urethane. And we did see some players bowl well from pretty much every different part of the lane. Had some players playing out. We had some left-handers bowling pretty well. From in, actually. Saw a couple players playing way out, which curious to see if that works on this pattern for the women. Nice shot there from Danielle August from outside part of the lane. Walk you through a little bit some of the other sectionals results from earlier today. Smyrna, Tennessee. They took 5 players into the finals. Ryan Winters from Wisconsin Whitewater led in that particular sectional, plus 208 for his 6 games. Marcus McLean from Indiana Tech. He was in second at plus 172. Keen Ching, also from Indiana Tech, plus 163. Nathan Stubler from St. Ambrose, plus 148. And rounding out the top 5, former ISC champion Jeffrey Mann from Marion, plus 138. And then in Addison, we had 9 players make it into the national finals. They had 269 players competing for spots. That group, Matt Hibbard from Wisconsin, Milwaukee, plus 206. Alex Ouellette from Concordia, plus 170. Brian Bourget from Robert Morris, Illinois, plus 153. Pete Vergos from Calumet College of St. Joseph, plus 134. Daniel Hansen from Robert Morris, also a former champion, plus 131. Alex Acosta from St. Xavier, plus 129. Kyle McGrath from Lawrence Technological, plus 98. Logan Williams, Robert Morris, Illinois, plus 96. And Michael Pruchnik from St. Francis, Illinois, plus 80. Congratulations to all those young men. We'll see you in Dayton. And then finally in Dallas, 5 players from Dallas also making it into our national finals. Daniel Hall from Ottawa University led everybody at plus 127. Morgan Moore from Midland, plus 110, was second. Ryan Dudley from Iowa Central Community College, plus 108. Christopher Yadao from Midland, rounding out the 4th spot at plus 101. And Kyle Duster from Wichita State, the 5th and final spot in the Dallas sectional qualifying, plus 74. So we'll have 6 women from this particular sectional advance here this evening. Nice shot there from Michelle Bello. Just getting started here, game number 1 of 6. And our other Sectionals will come online shortly. Probably right around the end of this game. It's taking just under an hour typically to bowl these qualifying games. Daniel August looking for a turkey up on lane 30. Nice solid game. There it is, turkey. Definitely can see some similarities in these patterns, the way from the men's to the women's pattern. Obviously, a little bit of a difference in the way the women play the lanes versus the men, but it looks like the same parts of the lane are playing well. Not going to see nearly as much urethane typically with the women as you will with the men. Which also means there should be less carry down for the women. More than likely, the traffic will tend to migrate in a similar area, and that area will develop some defined friction, and then the players should be able to get a little bit left of that and open up some room. Whereas the men just kind of move that oil all over the place. Another strike for Danielle August. So she's off to a quick start. Spare four-bagger. Lauren Snipes up on lane 32. White shaker for a 10-pin. She's got an interesting pre-shot routine. She closes her eyes, I assume visualizing what she's trying to accomplish. And once the picture's clear in her head, she gets up and goes. Laura Hartley with a washout there in frame number 5. You can definitely see there's out of bounds. I mean, that ball didn't miss that far to the right. Nice conversion there for Lauren. One of the great things about this bowl.com BullTV.com is we have these panels, is what we call them. You can see the schedule of events. We've got links to tournament information. When lane patterns are posted, we can post the lane pattern there. But we also have a chat feature, so if you want to drop a message to us here on Bull TV, you can do that through the chat feature. And the other thing that we launched starting yesterday were our other channels. We've got channels of different kinds of content. We aren't just going to be doing live events here on Bull TV. We'll have instructional content. There's some loaded in already. If you haven't had a chance to check it out yet, Rod Ross has a few Team USA player analysis videos, and also will welcome you to send in your own video for him to analyze it if you want your game to be picked apart in front of a national audience. He would be happy to do that for you. We've also got some content from Lou Marquez, series on fitting. So if you've ever been wondering about your fit, whether it was done the right way and maybe you need to change it, there's a great series there on knowing what should go into the fitting process. And then we've got also Stephen Padilla, Director of Coaching at USBC, also a USBC Gold level coach, has a series of videos on different topics that he teaches as part of the USBC coaching program. So a lot of good content there. Those guys are going to have regular series, so every few days you'll see some new content from them. And then we've got a couple of other channels as well. We've got a channel called The Vault, which has great classics, PWBA telecasts, USBC Masters past telecasts, World Team Challenge. A lot of people have been clamoring for that for a long time, so we've got some World Team Challenge posted there. And it's really great stuff, and we'll be adding more on a regular basis as we go. So be sure to keep following that. We'll send you guys notifications on social media and other places when new content hits. But be sure to subscribe to get all that great stuff. We've also got another channel called Backstage, which is our event coverage. 300 games and ball arsenals and miking up players and ball reps, that kind of stuff will all be housed in the Backstage section. But probably the most exciting of all is the continuation of our Journey to 900 series with Earl the Bowling Robot. A lot of people were fans of that on our YouTube channel last year, and we're going to be bringing that back this year, starting later this month. And we're going to be doing it live. So you're going to have a chance to watch Earl bowl live and have a chance to fire in your comments on when and where you think Earl should move. And it should be a blast. So we're looking forward to bringing that to you here on Bull TV. Anybody that you know that's interested in subscribing right now, all you have to do to sign up is just go to bulltv.com, sign up. 14-day free trial for everybody who wants to try it out. There's a monthly subscription, an annual subscription, and also event passes. So if you're just interested in this particular event, you can sign up for that. If you want to sign up for monthly, you can sign up that way, or you can get a discount on all of it by signing up for a yearly subscription. And PWBA will be coming up later this year on Bull TV. So I know a lot of PWBA fans out there want to see all of that action. This is where to find it. Season starts late April. And of course, Team USA, we had the Team USA Pan Am Trials wrap up earlier today. And that was covered right here on Bull TV. And I haven't had a chance to go over and check out who won that, so I'm looking forward to going back and watching the archive broadcast later. Matt Cannizzaro anchored that coverage. All right, coming up on the 10th frame here on lanes 29 and 30. Got a couple players that have a chance at some decent scores. 31 and 32, just a frame behind. But a couple players there also doing well. As I mentioned this morning, I mean, the first game, don't know what the pattern is. You know, you're just trying to get your feel going. 190 to 210 is really a good score. You just want to avoid the really low score right out of the gate. Sierra Stevens trips the 4 into the 9. Nice little love tap there. Playing a little deeper than everybody. Still has a possible 200. Nice shot there from Kiana Makaris. 5-bagger. And boy, the two best scorers in front of us right now, both Maryland Eastern Shore players. Team coached by Kayla Bandy, star out on the PWBA tour. So they've got a little something figured out. Have to watch out for them tomorrow. Although I'm sure, you know, obviously the pattern's going to play a little bit differently tomorrow, and would assume it would be a different pattern as well. But you know, once you see the ball strike in a building, it doesn't hurt your confidence. Danielle August with the spare in the 10th. She can shoot 224. She's going to get a look at another bowling ball. Smart move. Always trying to stay ahead of the transition. Trying to figure out what, once you start to see that initial ball lose its reaction. You want to know exactly what you're going to move to next without missing a move. And that ball did, I think, what she expected it to. I mean, that's obviously a weaker ball, and you're testing to see how much longer it's going to be before you can get into that ball. And that one 2-8-10, which is kind of what you'd expect. She was lined up with the more aggressive ball, and she's kind of getting a look at that other one to see what to expect. And sometimes you throw that ball, and you know that might be the ball you expect to go to next, and you throw it on your fill ball, and it does something completely different than what you were expecting, and you say, okay, well, I can't use that one. But it's just more information to help you make that guess when the time comes. Saw that pre-shot routine I was talking about earlier from Lauren Snipes. Got the eyes closed, just trying to see the picture, and now just trying to copy it. Man, that was pretty close. See here, just inside a third arrow at the arrows, and that one goes high and leaves the 4-6, but it didn't look like it was that far off. Kiera Stevens finishing with a few strikes. Nice four-bagger or ham bone, depending on who you like to listen to on the air. Kiera finishes with 200 on the nose. Tricky spare here for Kiana Makaris. She had a chance for 247 if she could have taken it off the sheet there, but just missed it a little bit. Now can try to avoid the chop, and she does that very well, and she'll be in the 220s. All right, 223 for Kiana Makaris. Very, very solid start. Women aren't messing around, man. Getting right into game number 2 on 29 and 30. All right, that wraps up game number 1, and boom, we're in game number 2. All right, let's get you up to speed on the players who are on our featured pairs here this game. So on 29 and 30, we've got Kayla Hicks from Maryland Eastern Shore, Alyssa Doto from Malloy College, Danielle Seaman from Monmouth, Caitlin Klein from Mount Aloysius College, Autumn Fortunato from New Jersey City, and Cameron Stromback from North Carolina A&T. And then on 31 and 32, we've got Lauren Alexander from Notre Dame, Ohio, Victoria Hollywood from St. Francis, Brooklyn, Caitlin Johnson from Weber International, Lindsay Gottwalt from Kutztown, Michaela Cummings from Pikeville, Jenna Rapach from Caldwell, and Carly Lukin from Bowling Green State University. Funny story about North Carolina A&T. The first year that I worked at the intercollegiate championships, I made the mistake. I hosted the dinner of champions that happens at the beginning of the event, and made the mistake of calling the University of North Carolina AT&T. So, of course, the team and the coaches teased me mercilessly all week, and get to the TV finals. Of course, they made it. They won the national championship that year, and I wrote on the TV script, you know, whatever you do, don't say North Carolina AT&T. And of course, what did I call them during the intros? Yeah, you get the story. So I don't think I'll ever make that mistake again, but if I do, feel free to let me know about it. North Carolina A&T. Autumn Fortunato with a good break there. Very Fortunato break for a ham bone. Definitely looks like that between second and third arrow is the place to play. There's definitely some friction there, and doesn't seem like the look is very good from outside. Either got to point it up second arrow like Kayla Hicks did there, or get in a little deeper and try to circle it from third arrow like we saw Caitlin Johnson do. I would imagine that you know, if Caitlin stays where she is, you know, by middle of next game, she's going to have a little bit of mistake room to the right. Let's get a look at where Caitlin's playing on the right lane. A little bit further right. And you see that one skipped right through. I mean, it looked like a weaker bowling ball. And I think she was trying to move right and throw the weaker ball. And that one just skipped right through the track and caught some OB and had no chance. So that seems to be the choice. You know, we saw some players, you know, kind of going right down second arrow, but kind of closing their shoulders down so they didn't miss right, and had some success at that. But then we saw some other players, you know, a little deeper, feeding it to the right just a touch, not, you know, throwing it right at a very steep angle. I mean, that one, she missed the spare, but I think she got a good read. I wouldn't be surprised to see her stick with that ball and try to stay out to the right a little bit. See, that's kind of what I'm talking about there with Cameron Strombeck. She just outside a third arrow and just keeping it very direct. And that ball shaped up nicely. Lauren Alexander leaves a split. She's got a stronger ball. I mean, I think she could go in just a touch off of that and feed it to the right just a little bit, and she'd be right where she wants to be. But she's trying to go very straight with a very aggressive piece of equipment. Close, but not quite lined up just right. Nice conversion there from Lauren Alexander. That first shot, and you could see it. She went high on her last shot, and she said, well, I need to throw it further right. And she did, and caught the OB, and the ball never hooked. It's really hard sometimes to, when you know there's OB, to move away from the friction. But it's there. I mean, if she goes back to where she threw that last shot on the left lane, gets her feet maybe 2-3 boards left, and her target maybe in a board, I think that's where she needs to be. She's talking to her coach right now, and I think they're probably having the same conversation. Caitlin gonna stick with the weaker ball. See if she just gets her shoulders squared up a little bit more to kind of avoid that miss right. Last time on this lane, missed right, and it never hooked. And she just got her feet in a little bit to get away from the OB, and it's a good move. Weaker ball just goes a little long and doesn't quite go through the pins the right way. But she's got the pocket. I mean, like I said earlier, game one, 190s and 2 teens are good games right now. They're not easy by any stretch of the imagination. Although we do have a possible 270 going on, one of our featured pairs, on 29 and 30. All right, let's see what Lauren is going to try. Same ball. Looks like she's maybe going to go a little left with her feet, which is what we talked about. Well, what I talked about with you, I didn't talk about it with her. She talked about it with her coach. Yeah, that's the right move. That's it. Right there. Very nice. Very, very nice. All right, Autumn Fortunato, big game going. Possible 279 up in the 9th. Up there on lane 29. That one creeps high and breaks everything down for a 10 pin. So that's good 9 right there. Caitlin Johnson sticking with that same ball right over third arrow. And same result. Just a little lazy picking up. But, you know, pocket's good right now. I mean, you always want to strike, but can't strike until you hit the pocket first. And then, you know, Caitlin's a great player, so, you know, it could be something as easy as a hand position adjustment, or maybe she slows it up just a touch. Or she might have a different ball in the bag that can get the ball to make just the right shape she's looking for to give her the pocket and carry. Lindsay Gottwalt with a good shot there, but 5-7. Looking for a four-bagger. Nice shot there from Cameron Strombeck. She's got a very solid game. Really good fundamentals. Member of that North Carolina A&T State University squad. Yeah, that's just quality. Quality game right there. Just everything's in line. Pushes it out. Ball just swings right under her shoulder, straight back and then straight through. Not a lot can go wrong. One more time. Yep, that's good. Good stuff. 205 for Cameron Strombeck. Have to keep an eye on her as the standings are updated. Caitlin Johnson. Yeah, that ball's, I mean, that's probably her next ball. We talked about those, you know, throwing the next ball that you think you might throw. It's funny because in golf you talk about being between clubs. So you know you hit a 7-iron 150, right, and you hit a 6-iron 160, and you're 155. So what do you hit? You hit a 7-iron, and just hit it a little hard, or do you take a little off a 6-iron? That's kind of what's going on right now with Caitlin. She's got this ball that it's fairly close, but it's not quite ready. The conditions that she's seeing right now aren't quite ready for that ball to be the right ball. But you know, she throws her next ball on her line, and it's a little too early. So what do? You know, do you throw that ball that she's throwing there and take a little bit off of it to get it to hook a little earlier, or do you know, throw the other one, the stronger ball, a little bit more aggressively? I don't know. I'm not bowling, so I don't know what the answer is. But it is fun to watch to see what Caitlin thinks and how she tackles the problem.
Deanna had like 6 strikes in a row.
Ooh, Michaela Cummings gets the messenger for the double. All right, Caitlin Johnson up on the right lane. 248 on this lane last time. Remember, she's just kind of in between balls here. Let's see if she just takes a little off of this one. Yeah, it's just not quite right. I mean, it was a great shot. Hit the pocket, but the ball's just not picking up in the right spot to create any angle through the pins. So it's just a little lazy. It's frustrating because, you know, they're tough. The lanes are tough. You know, you don't want to take some major chances and kind of shoot yourself out of it by shooting 140. But, you know, you can't afford to leave 7 tens. I mean, you know, when you're not throwing a double, 7 tens aren't very helpful. Nice shot there from Jenna. And she can still shoot 223. She's in the right part of the lane. Lindsay Gottwalt is also in the right part of the lane for her. And the problem for her is, you know, she just has struggles to get the ball into a roll. So, you know, it hits the pins and it's kind of still sliding and not digging in to tip the 5 over. But I mean, she's hitting the pocket. Missed a single pin there in the 7th frame. That cost her a little bit. Lauren Alexander missed to the right, which, as we've explained, can't really do. There's pretty sizable out of bounds. And 29 and 30 already going into their game 3. Waiting for our game 1 results to come in. Nice shot there. That's where she needs to be. Lauren Alexander able to make that spare after the errant shot, first shot in the 10th, and fill it up with 19 there in the 10th. Ends up with 171. Michaela Cummings with 179. All right, hope you've been enjoying the coverage here at Stratford Women's Singles Intercollegiate Singles Championships. This sectional will have 6 women qualify for nationals. We're 2 games in here in game 3, and a new group of players on 2 featured pairs in front of us right now. I'm going to attempt to read off the players who are in this group in front of us here in game 3. Okay, we've got Haley Euchre from Lincoln Memorial, Anna Olaya from North Carolina A&T, Alexandria Dick from Notre Dame, Ohio. On lane 30, Lauren Piotrowski from Pikeville, Victoria Dotto from St. Francis, Brooklyn, Allison Tarek from St. Francis, PA. And then on lanes 31 and 2, Kendra Triniski from Valparaiso, Melissa Markowitz from Weber International, Jessica Sass from Wilmington, Kelsey Hammonds from Pittsburgh, Bradford, Leslie Campbell from Wright State, Rachel Ellis from Youngstown State, and Victoria Bird from Belmont Abbey College. Hopefully, I pronounced all of those names correctly. If not, I apologize. Feel free to make fun of me in the chat window panel. watching live coverage of the Intercollegiate Singles Championships here on Bowl TV. And I just want to remind you that the Intercollegiate Singles Championships will take place in Dayton, Ohio, starting April 16th. Make sure to tune in to bowltv.com to see the top collegiate singles competitors attempt to make their way to CBS Sports Network. Should be awesome. And we're going to find out who 6 of those competitors are here this evening. We've got the field decided on the men's side. That was done here this morning. Results are available at bowl.com/sectionals. So you can see all of the 24 men who will be competing in the national finals. They're in Dayton. And tonight we'll know the 24 women. And 6 of them will be coming from this location here in Stratford, New Jersey. you're enjoying the coverage. This is Jason Thomas here in Stratford, New Jersey. Got a couple of nice games going here in front of us. Melissa Markowitz going for the front five. She's dead lined up. Oh, good shot there. And rings a 10. Probably got some information watching Caitlin Johnson, her teammate, on this pair the game before. Caitlin struggled to 156. I believe it was 156 her final score of that game, game 2. But I mean, it was a much better game than that. She was just kind of in between balls and decided to go with the weaker one, and left a blower 7-10 in the 9th, and then 2-10 in the 10th. You know, in my experience, it's always better to go with the stronger ball and throw it more aggressively. Just in general. I mean, sometimes it backfires on you, but you know, she had a stronger ball in her hand and didn't like it and went with a weaker one and then tried to make it work, but it just wouldn't go through the pin. And when she did hit the pocket, it was a flat 10 or shaker 7-10. It's just amazing what a thin line between 150 and 250 can be sometimes. Anna Olaya from North Carolina A&T. She's got a nice game. Nice shot there. Can punch for 210. Shot there from Kelsey Hammonds. She's kind of showing about as far right as you want to be playing. You either got to play there and kind of get your shoulders closed and make your miss be a little bit left, not right, because right's gone. You know, you line up on that outside edge right around second arrow and miss right, and it's not going to hit. It might not hit the 3-pin. Or you can get in a little deeper where Melissa's playing, you know, cross third arrow or maybe even a little left of that and keep it inside a 10. There it is, good shot, flat 10. But that's kind of where the zone is right now. That's where you have to play. Allison Torek, she shows us the out of bounds. You know, you miss a little bit right there, and that ball's going to slide forever. Really, you got to really look at it as second arrow is the gutter. And if you're a straighter player, you can kind of go, you know, maybe right up 11 and just keep it left of 10 the whole way. And if you like to hook it, you can maybe go into as deep as 16, 17, 18, as long as you're not throwing it right at 10 at the break point. Should be fine. And I actually think that's the better option. It gives you a little bit of mistake room right and left, but not much. Nice 4-bagger there for Haley Euchre. Make sure to check out the PBA as the best bowlers in the world compete at the 10th Annual World Series of Bowling in Detroit next week. Shows will air live on Fox Sports 1 starting Monday, March 18th at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. I am really looking forward to the World Series of Bowling. That's where I got my start in live streaming the very first World Series of Bowling back in Detroit at Thunderbolt Lanes. It's been a great season on the PBA Tour. They moved over to Fox. It's been unbelievable. Some of the storylines, Belmo, just been utterly dominant. And then, how about Norm Duke coming back and winning the last 2 weeks? All right, I'm going to get out of here for a second. We got a 300 game going, and I'll be back with more coverage here, Stratford. Well, we had another 299. Young lady through the front 11 and left the head pin on the fill ball. I'm not sure I've seen that before. You're around bowling as long as I've been, and eventually you get to see everything. But I don't know if I've ever seen a head pin left with the front 11. All right, back over to our featured pairings, and we were in the midst of talking about the World Series of Bowling and talking about some of the storylines there. But really looking forward to seeing Belmo come back and see if he can continue his domination. And again, Norm Duke, unbelievable. What I thought was really interesting is, he wins those back-to-back titles, and he wins that one the first week, and you could tell how emotional he was and how much it meant to him, because he probably, he said he thought he was going to win again, but man, it's been a while since he'd won. And then the next week he wins again, and it's kind of like, oh yeah, I do this all the time, which he does. It's his 40th title, but it was just, I thought it was fascinating to see his reaction after winning those titles week to week. But the Simonson-Belmo match, what an unbelievable match that was. Just, Simonson playing to the right with Belmo playing way left, and looked like he really had the whole lane, and Simonson had very little, maybe a little bit of hold, but just bowled a fantastic game and won that title. EJ Tackett's been bowling really well. Kyle Troop, hopefully his hands healed up for the World Series of Bowling, so maybe we can see him again. But it's been a really great season. I've been really enjoying the action on both Flow Bowling and Fox Sports. But ladies, here in game number 3, finishing up, 29 and 30 are in their 10th frame. Rachel Ellis getting up here in the 9th frame. Just a couple more frames here on 31 and 2, and that'll wrap up game number 3. Gets the Brooklyn to carry. Rachel right on that edge there we talked about. Second arrow. You know, a little bit left of that, and you're going to see some friction. A little right of that, you're going to see some massive OB. But you can play there. Nice shot there from Victoria Bird for a double. She can still shoot 213 this game. Haven't seen a lot of lefties here on the women's side in front of our featured pairs, at least. Kind of curious to see if the pattern's playing the same on the left as it is on the right. Obviously, more traffic on the right. They're going to break down quicker. But it's always interesting to see, you know, comparing right and left and see how they attack the lanes. So much has to do with topography. That's why you sometimes will see asymmetrical patterns being used in tournament competition to take into consideration the topography and how the lanes are expected to break down. You obviously want the scoring pace to be as equal as possible from side to side. Leslie Campbell trying to bail out 210. Can do so with another couple of strikes. Oh, man. It's about at least the third. Yeah, third ring and 10 that Melissa's left this game. Got off to a quick start, but now with the spare and a strike's going to end up just shooting 201. Another strike for Leslie Campbell, so she's going to shoot 210 with one more. Nice finish to her game. .209 for Leslie Campbell, so good bailout for her. Good spot for the 710. 199 for Melissa. Rachel Ellis can shoot 223. 3 more strikes. shot there. Can't quite shake the 10 out. Trying to parlay that Brooklyn in the 9th. Jessica Sass showing us the out of bounds we've been talking about. Miss right of 10 at the break point. Ball does that. Victoria Bird just jams one in there. Nice shot. She's kind of in the same spot on the left as we saw the right. We're seeing the righties that are playing them well. Just kind of going, pointing it up 10. Try not to miss left. She'll take it. Yeah, I mean, it just shows you there's just not a lot of hold. She missed about 2 right at the arrows and had no chance. But, you know, Brooklyn. So that's going to do it for game number 3. And we move into game 4 as 31 and 2 finishes up. And 29 and 30 has already been in game 4, and they're now in frame number 3. That pair's been a little bit ahead all afternoon long, ever since game number 2. watching game number 4 coverage here at the Intercollegiate Singles Championship Sectionals, Stratford, New Jersey. This is Jason Thomas. And 2 more games to go after this one. But players fighting for 6 spots, 161 women are bowling for 6 spots available here in the Stratford region. We've got another 18 spots available in our other 3 sectionals. So 24 women will make it into the national finals coming up in Dayton, Ohio at Polking Lane South starting on April 16th. Got a couple of new sets of players in front of us. I'm going to attempt to read their names off and their schools. Hopefully they're all correct. If not, just let me know in the chat. We'll try to get that fixed. All right, here we go. We got it. From Erie Community College, we've got Brittany McAndrews on lane 29. From Fairleigh Dickinson, Amy Sherman. From Howard, Carolyn Williams. On lane 30, from Huntington University, Abigail Atkins. From Kutztown, Alexis Case. From Bowling Green State University, Brittany Hosterman. And then on 31, we've got Jamie Kulaga from Caldwell. From Campbellsville University, Candace Gibson. From Felician College, Jennifer Nguli. From Castleton University, Madison Denton. From Chestnut Hill College, Lauren Klein. From Corning Community College, Kiana Lisi. And from Delaware State University, Alexis Nair. Hopefully that was not too bad in the pronunciation department, and hopefully all the schools were correct and pronounced correctly. If not, just feel free to hammer me on the chat. But you know, we should be seeing, you know, the lanes starting to open up a little bit. I mean, they're not going to be wide open, obviously, but you know, that little tube between second and third arrow, the word starts to get around when players start to hit them. You know, people migrate to the spot where they're the most playable. Another lefty, Laura Klein, and she's, you know, a little softer and a little bit more rev rate than the previous lefty on this pair, so you're going to see her playing a little bit further inside towards the third arrow. Oh, get you that messenger, Brittany, for the double. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to try to get some bonus coverage here for you. We've got a player with the front 7 over on 33 and 34, so we're going to have a look over there real quick. Not the greatest angle, I admit, but just watch it over here for a second or longer if young lady continues to strike. Front 8 for Amanda Shrznowski. We'll keep it over here until she misses. The good news is the other pair's a little bit, well, at least 31 and 2, a little bit behind, so we'll still get to watch the end of their game number 4. Well, Amanda has missed, but we'll keep it over here just for a couple more shots. See if she can finish off with a big game. Let anyone else who's enjoying the coverage of some of the other players on this pair continue to enjoy, and we'll switch back over to our featured pair. All right, as you're watching here, the end of game number 4, just want to remind you that the PWBA will kick off the 2019 season on April 26th with the nationwide PWBA Greater Cleveland Open. Watch all your favorite PWBA stars right here on Bull TV. Bowling lives here. And I'm sure a lot of the folks watching here and also the ladies bowling are huge fans of PWBA. I know I am. I've been involved with that great program since it was relaunched back in 2015. Actually, I was involved a little earlier than that. There was a little bit of planning involved, but that's been a fantastic program, and I'm sure you're going to see a lot of these ladies out on the PWBA tour when the time comes. We've even seen some of them take part in it currently. Caitlin Johnson, just to name one, almost made the show in the U.S. Women's Open. A couple years back, and she's here competing today. And we're going to move off that bonus coverage. Get back to our featured pairs. As the ladies finish up game number 4. Quite there.
Come on, Bart.
There we go.
You're looking for me?
And let's get the scoreboards back up. There we go. All right, winding down game number 4. A couple good scores going here on 31 and 32. So Alexis Nyer picking up the 610. She can still shoot 198. Which, you know, is still a pretty good score right now. It's not like people are lighting them up. I mean, we had a 299, yes. We had a 268 that we just saw bonus coverage of. But, I mean, 190 to 210, a good score. Ooh, good shot there. Lauren Klein finishes with 210. So nice, strong finish to her game. .203 for Kiana Lisi. She was having an animated conversation with one of her fellow players. Good spot for the 710 there. Alexis Nair finishes with 196. We do have some scores in through game 2. I'll go ahead and read you off the top 5 after 2 games. Carson Lukosius from Fairleigh Dickinson was leading after 2 games at plus 87. Amy Sherman, also from Fairleigh Dickinson, was in second at plus 65. Bridget Jacobs from Maryland Eastern Shore, third at plus 59. Daniel August, who we saw on our featured pair, Danielle plus 58. Chloe Skrzyncki from Maryland Eastern Shore in fifth at plus 51 after 2. And Leslie Campbell from Wright State was in the 6th and final spot. There was actually a tie. Nicole Almack from Felician College, also at plus 48. So that's after 2 games. Obviously, we're now through 4. So those may have changed, but interesting. You know, the top 5 positions held by players at 2 schools, Fairleigh Dickinson and Maryland Eastern Shore. And then there was another player from Maryland Eastern Shore just outside the top 6. Kiana Makaris, who we saw on one of our featured pairs earlier as well. So, you know, we'll keep following that. This morning we had the same kind of thing happen. We had you know, the first couple of games were updated a little slow, and then they got more up to speed as the games went on. So, bowl.com/sectionals is where you can go to find that information. There's also a link if you're watching us here on bowltv.com that goes straight to that page. If you go to the middle tab in the panels to the right and just click on tournament information, it'll take you right to that page. Upcoming events here on Bowl TV. Obviously, got some other action going on around the country today, which you can check. You can obviously see it in your channels that those are all live. So if you want to go check out Addison or Dallas or Smyrna, you can go check those out. But tomorrow, I'll be back tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time for round 1 of the Intercollegiate Team Championships. And also 3 other sectionals will be going on starting an hour later. They're in the Central Time Zone. And then at 1 p.m., we'll have our second round of qualifying here at the ITC sectionals. 2 p.m. Eastern Time, and then 3 p.m. Eastern Time for the other sectionals. And then on Sunday, March 10th, round 3 will take place. I get started at 8 a.m. Eastern Time, and the others 9 a.m. Eastern Time. And then the final round, round 4, will get started at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. The others at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. And then our next event after that will be the USBC Senior Queens. And that begins March 16th. So not a lot of time, and there's a lot of bowling coming up here in March. And then we've got our nationals for the event that you're watching here today coming up in April. All right, you're watching game number 5, and 29 and 30's gotten further and further ahead. They're halfway through game number 5, and I haven't had a chance to even read off the players who are competing on that pair. But we'll do that now. All right, here we go. On lane 29, we've got Carson Lukosius from Fairleigh Dickinson, Kendall Collins from Huntington University, Tyler Karpanich from Long Island, Brooklyn, Carla Hansen on lane 30 now, Medaya, Heather Waters from St. Francis, Brooklyn, Sage Yamada from Monmouth, and then on 31 and 32, we've got Megan Weaver from Mount Aloysius College, Kimberly Datavio from St. Francis, Brooklyn, Brianna Smith from Long Island Post, Paulina Torres from Maryland Eastern Shore, and Carly Licht from Malloy College. Hopefully those pronunciations went well. Nobody really hitting him particularly well on 29 and 30. It's interesting because what you see end up happening is, you know, the players that are lined up, you know, as the block goes on, they will tend to score better, and the players that aren't lined up will tend to struggle more, because what's happening is, you know, the players are carving this spot in the middle part of the lane, and if you refuse to see where the right place to play is, it ends up becoming, you know, let's say you're trying to play second arrow, right? And you're not in, you know, you have enough oil out there to, looks like you can stay out there, but, you know, the area to your left is starting to be carved up with more and more friction. Now if you miss left, it really misses left, and it magnifies the OB to the right. But if you're comfortable playing second arrow and you're just going to play there, that's what's going to happen. On the other hand, you know, if you're willing to go left of where that friction is building up, you're going to have some room to the right. You just saw Alexis Nyer at the end of that last game kind of look back and say, what the heck, how did that ball get back? You know, it hasn't gotten back all day. And I said, well, you're far enough left now that you're throwing it to where people have built up the friction. So that's something to watch for as we go.
Yeah, I like it. I think I'm going to keep using it. Yeah, thank you.
You know, the question is, if you do migrate left, typically, I'm not going to say typically, but because we have no idea what the pattern is other than just watching ball motion and just kind of seeing where, you know, the lanes are tending to be a little bit more friendly. But, you know, the pattern, if you migrate left, it might just get flatter. So, you know, for some of the women, that's a problem, because if you don't have rev rate or the ability to, you know, change your axis rotation to get the ball to come around the corner in the back part of the lane, moving left is not something that's your strong suit. And if the middle part of the lane's even flatter, you're just moving into more friction. So that could be what we're seeing here in game number 5 as, you know, the lanes start to hook a little bit. The track starts to hook. I mean, definitely, you know, just by watching that shot from Carly, didn't look like that bad of a shot, but it just really picked up and hooked. Now, what happens if she goes left? You know, if she goes left, does it just hook more? If so, then, man, that's not where you want to be. But then, you know, you can't move right. Because there's too much friction and there's OB outside of 10. Tricky game, this bowling. Sage Yamada trying to throw the first turkey on this pair. She's got a couple of doubles. And she's nice and deep. She's crossing about 18 at the arrows. And that ball pushed. So I think that's doable right there. Really right now, unless you've got a lot of ball speed, or you can spin it in some, you know, trick to get the ball through the front, that's the place to be. That was a nice shot there from Carly. She might even be able to creep a little bit further left and open up her angles just a touch. Not a lot. I mean, you still have to keep the ball left of 10 at the break point. Shot there from Rihanna Smith, lefty. It's kind of, you know, you can see that they're still kind of similar to how they played on the right, you know, in games 1 and 2. Torres right on the edge of the danger zone there. I mean, she's got some rev rate. She could probably get in a little bit and hook it. Trying to stay right with a weaker ball. Sage Yamada trying to little four-bagger here. She's, remember, she was crossing about 18 at the arrows. That one was a little right, and it kind of hooked early. So, I mean, that kind of shows you what's there. She missed right, and the ball went high. So there's a little bit of friction to her right. I mean, she probably doesn't have a lot of hold, but with her angle, it's creating some hold for herself. Sure is easy to bowl when you're just sitting back here watching, isn't it? Nice shot there from Brianna Smith. Carson Lukosius, one of our leaders, remember after our Game 2 update, and bailing out a nice game here, is going to shoot 214 with a couple more strikes. So just got a little bit of a rooting section behind her, cheering her on. We're going to see a lot of that tomorrow, I'll tell you. Got the team competition coming up. Got Baker games all day, basically for the next 2 days. And we're going to hear a lot of energy. Carla Hansen finishing her game off with some strikes. Can shoot 175 with the strike on the fill. Carson shoots 203. Again, 190, 2-0, 2-teen, good scores. Good scores. Let's see if we've got a 3-game update here. Nope, not yet. So just a few more frames here in game number 5, and then we'll head into our final game. We're probably not gonna stay on the air to announce the top 6 unless the game-by-game scoring catches up quite a bit. But you can always check that out at bowl.com/sectionals, or you can click on the tournament info link on the panel to the right side of your screen here on bowltv.com. Top 6 advance out of 161, and 24 will advance in the 4 regionals going on around the country.
Hi to the live stream because I'm right in front of the cameras. And Casey's doing, do you know? I'm just saying Casey's momming, by the way. I'll tell her. I'm just gonna say consistency at its best. Yes. No, they're all in there. That's black. Black bar. I have my pen.
Where are we at now?
38. Where's my rod? Yeah, Morgan and Coach Jeff are on.
All right, winding down here in game number 5. 31 and 32. Just one more frame to go after this, and we'll be in game 6. Game 6 will determine our top 6 who will advance to the national finals next month in Dayton, Ohio. All right, that's going to do it for game number 5. And we'll wait for our final group to get into position here for game number 6. And we hope you're enjoying the coverage, as we've mentioned many times today. A lot of action here on Bowl TV today. 4 different sectionals in addition to the conclusion of the Pan Am Team USA trials from the ITRC. So all kinds of bowling coverage for you to enjoy. We'll have more coming all weekend long. 4 sectionals will continue. We'll have the team competition beginning tomorrow, and 2 sets. Well, there's 2 broadcasts, but there's actually 4 sets of Baker games that'll happen tomorrow, and then 4 more on Sunday. All part of trying to determine national champions in singles and team, which will take place next month in Dayton, Ohio. Just waiting for the players to move into position for the final game, and we'll get underway. Read you off who will be bowling on the pairs in front of us here in game number 6. Victoria Vuchak from Caldwell University, Jenna Henderson from Fairleigh Dickinson, Madison Burkert from Kutztown, Chloe Skrzyński from Maryland Eastern Shore. Those players will all be on lane 29. And then on lane 30, Goldera Surlis from Malloy College, Nicole Nebel from Mount Aloysius College, Justice Davis from North Carolina A&T. And then on 31 and 32, we'll have Samantha DeMarco from Penn State University Park, Mallory Liversedge from Pikeville, Lenasia Neal from Fairleigh Dickinson, Molly Agnello from Kutztown, Taylor Waglione from St. Francis, Brooklyn, and Christina Shimone from Chestnut Hill College. I'm sure I screwed up at least 3 of those names. I need to take a name pronunciation class. Do they have those? If it's not French or English, man, I've got problems. And we are underway on 31 and 32. Interesting. 29 and 30 has been several frames ahead all day long, and now here in game 6 it's going to flip-flop. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as I had mentioned earlier, the Intercollegiate Singles Championships will take place in Dayton, Ohio, starting April 16th. Be sure to tune into BowlTV.com to see the top collegiate singles competitors, many of whom you're watching today, attempt to make their way to CBS Sports Network. It's going to be exciting, as it is every year. And I'm looking forward to being there for it. I'm sure you are as well. And it's cool to be able to see, you know, the players who qualify here today make it into the finals, and somebody's going to win on both the men's and the women's side. And hopefully somebody will come and bowl on 29 and 30 because they were half a game ahead of 31 and 2, and nobody's shown up for the final game. So I'm not sure what's going on down there. But 31 and 2, about halfway through game number 6. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. All right, we've got an update on the scores. It's only through game 3, but it does help us. We saw Carson Lukosius in front of us here in game number 5, and she got out of the gates huge. 786, 208, 279, 299. And we saw her shoot 2-0 in front of us, so I imagine she's still in good shape with the final game ahead. Brigitte Jacobs from Maryland Eastern Shore was in second at plus 81. Amy Sherman from Fairleigh Dickinson was in third at plus 78. Chloe Skrzyński was fourth from Maryland Eastern Shore at plus 72. Leslie Campbell from Wright State was in fifth at plus 57. And Kayla Johnson from Long Island, Brooklyn was in sixth place after 3 games at plus 56. After 3, only 15 players were at even or better. And I'm still wondering what's happening with our lanes 29 and 30. it looks like we've got some players coming in for final game here on 29 and 30. I'm not sure what happened there. That was very odd. I've never seen that happen where a pair was basically a game and a half behind on getting to the next pair. Because remember, all day 29 and 30 had been about 5 frames ahead, and 31 and 32 is going to finish maybe before 29 and 30 starts their game 6. So I'm not sure. Must have been a breakdown or something. It was not sure what happened there. Samantha DeMarco carries the Brooklyn and shoots 164. Seems to enjoy that. Man, we're still waiting for 29 and 30 to start. That's interesting. Molly Agnello, 179 with the strike on the fill. That's 178 for Molly.
watch 27. Never mind, she's on 29.
All right, so we are finally going to get underway here on 29 and 30. I think. Everybody's just kind of standing around. I'm not sure what the holdup is. All right, so we're still in game 6. We introduced these players an hour ago, but they are just starting now. All right, we are underway on 29 and 30, final game. And 31 and 2 is all done. They're done for the day. I mean, this would explain why the score, the game by game, is delayed. It looks like some of the bowlers must have just gotten way behind. We do have a 4-game update. And we're going to have a chance to watch a player who is contending for the lead here in game number 6, Chloe Skrzyński from Maryland Eastern Shore. She was at plus 137 with 2 to go, and she was in second. Carson Lukosius, who we mentioned, was leading. We did see her in game number 5. She shot 2-0, but she was plus 158 going into that game. Amanda Skrzyński from Fairleigh Dickinson, we did watch her on our bonus coverage. She shot 266 in game 4, and that put her in 3rd place. Leslie Campbell from Wright State was in 4th place after 4 at plus 77. Amy Sherman from Fairleigh Dickinson plus 60, and Brigitte Jacobs from Maryland Eastern Shore plus 55. So those are your top 6 after 4 games. We are now in game 6, and this is going to be Chloe Skrzyński. We saw her at a PWBA event last season. Had a nice run, got a check. And she gets off to a good start here in game number 6. kill that scoreboard there. We don't need that anymore. Even though I do enjoy bowling. And I also enjoy Cubica. Cubica, our sponsor for the PWBA Players Championship. And they also provide the lanes for the PWBA Tour Championship. That's a fantastic event. If you've never had a chance, I'm sure you've watched it on television and seen, the arena that we bowl in there at Richmond Raceway. But Cubica AMF comes in and installs the 4 lanes that we bowl on that week. And man, what a cool venue. And Cubica AMF does a great job with the install. And it's not just for the tournament. They actually keep the lanes up all the way through the weekend until the race, and people can come in and walk the midway and see all the cool stuff, and then walk into the Old Dominion building there, right on the Richmond Raceway complex, and go bowl. So it's such a cool, awesome event, and it'll be back there again this year. And Cubica AMF's a fantastic sponsor. We couldn't do it without them. So we'll bowl game number 6 over again. As I mentioned before, that pair all day had been about 5 frames ahead, and then all of a sudden, nobody showed up for a game and a half. So just want to mention, I mentioned earlier today that, we're with the launch of the bowltv.com site, the full version of it yesterday, we're doing a lot of giveaways here during the sectionals competition. First of all, the first 500 people who buy an annual subscription to Bowl TV will receive a free Bowl TV t-shirt, which is cool. But we're going to be doing some really cool giveaways tomorrow. During the Dallas and Smyrna sectionals, one person will win an Amazon Fire Stick. Here in New Jersey and in Addison, we'll have one person who will win an Echo Dot. So you're going to want to check out the coverage tomorrow for a chance to win one of those cool prizes. Madison Burkert slaps the 5 out there and gets her first strike of the game. Justice Davis with kind of an unusual 7-9 leave, had the 10 standing there for a second. Chloe Skrzyński, she could lead this thing. And as soon as I say that, big split. Come on, Jace. Chloe Skrzyński spares that 10 pin in the fourth, and still got a good game possible. Victoria Vucek going after the 4-7 with plastic ball. No trouble. Valdera Surlis. 310, baby split. I mean, you can really see kind of the type of style the pattern is favoring at this point. Chloe Skrzyński, obviously, with a little bit more rev rate, a little bit more axis rotation, she can get left and create some hold for herself, and that's why she's contending for the lead. All the other players on the pair, a couple lefties, but the righties just not able to figure out the trick. I think Justice Davis is pretty close, but I think for her it's an equipment issue. I just don't think she has the right ball in her hands. She certainly has the rev rate to be able to do it. And Madison just a little soft with the speed, so the ball's reading early. Can't get it through the front part of the lane to create that hold that Chloe can get with her ball speed and her rev rate. Chloe crossing 20. She knew that one was in, and she kind of, you can see the motion to tell the ball to lay off, and it did, and just went flush. Caldera with the 5-7. She's kind of trapped. Obviously, you know, a little bit lower rev rate, and you know, the friction's forcing her to the left, and so it's going to be really hard for her to create angle. Hence the 5-7. Oh, then you roll it in front of the 7. Victoria Vucek with the spare. There in the 6th. You can just see it. You can see where the friction's starting to move even further left. You know, you've really got to be, especially if your ball speed's a little bit lower. You know, you've almost got to be 4th arrow at this point. But in order to get it through the front, where we said that, you know, feels like just watching the pattern, you know, gets flatter as you move in. There's not automatic hold. You know, when you bowl in a league shot and the ball starts to hook, you move left, and there's a shim. On this, You move left and the ball doesn't automatically just lay off. You gotta force it through that front part of the lane, either with equipment or with ball speed or with less axis rotation, or sorry, more axis rotation. Justice did make a ball change there. Sometimes you go to that weaker ball to get the ball through the front, and you don't trust that if once you get it through the front that it's going to pick up on the back, and you grab it and do what Justice did there. But I applaud the effort. I think she realized that she wasn't going to do anything with the ball she had in her hand. Well, let's watch Chloe Skrzyński. Rung 10 on this lane on the last time up, and that was just 10 back. Left side, as we mentioned a little while ago, it's still kind of holding up, looking like what the right side looked like early on in the block, which basically, if you remember, anything outside of 10 at the break point had no chance, and that one there for Victoria, that's what that was. Nice cover on the 2-pin for Chloe. Victoria with an open frame there in the 8th. She's still smiling though. Caldera still trying to figure it out. Made a little ball change there. And you know, the way they're playing right now, this is definitely not her A game. She's a good spare shooter though, you can tell that. No trouble on the 610. Ooh, Justice Davis throws the 2-pin in front of the 10. And just one more frame. Once Chloe Skrzyński, sorry, easy for me to say, finishes the 9th frame, we'll just have one more frame here to go. Nice shot there. It's one of the longer games I've ever called in my long history of doing live streams. We had game 6 started a little over an hour and a half ago, and we watched 31 and 32 bowl their complete game 6, and then 29 and 30, which had been half of a game ahead of 31 and 2, showed up to start their game 6. So it's been an interesting final game here. But looks like from all accounts that I've heard, Chloe Skrzyński will be advancing in our top 6. I would venture to bet that Carson Lukosius will also advance. She was 103 pins ahead of the number with 2 to go. And I know she bowled 2-0 in game number 5. So really, you know, unless she bowls under 100 this last game, I think she's going to be making it to Dayton. All right, our last player of the day, appropriately, could be our leader, Chloe Skrzyński. She was second place after 4, was trying to chase down our 4-game leader, Carson Lukosius, and can strike out here for 223, and not going to do that, but spare strike here will give Chloe 203, and looks like she'll be advancing. Good for her, great bowling. Grinding it out to the finish, though. Taking her time on the spare conversion. Not taking anything for granted. Nicely done on the spare. My guess is that she might be our leader because it seems like there was a pretty nice reaction there from the crowd. Probably knows the score better than I do. One more shot, and we'll be wrapping it up for the day. As I mentioned, bowl.com/sectionals is where you can find all the updated scores to see who made it into our nationals field of 24 women. Great shot there from Chloe to finish. She shoots 202. So some impressive bowling all day long here at sectionals. We've still got a couple other ones going on. Addison, Dallas, and Smyrna. If you just haven't had quite enough bowling, you can watch the end of those ones as well. But we're going to sign off here. We've got more action for you tomorrow. We've got our team competition starting here at 8:30 a.m. Eastern Time. Round 1 of the ITC sectionals here in Stratford, New Jersey. We've also got 3 others going on tomorrow as well, which will start an hour later. So another full day of coverage all across the country. Hope you enjoyed it. This is Jason Thomas. I'm signing off. See you back here tomorrow morning. Remember, Bowl TV, bowling lives here.